for feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way, yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Jack it up.
frozen or what? Got a little stuck. Hey, we got some people in the house. How you guys doing tonight? Yeah, we'll switch chat over here. There we go. All right. So how's everybody doing tonight? Let's see, I need it. Am I gonna work on spaceships tonight? I don't know. Might actually work a little bit on these robots. I don't know. Just for fun. Start out with, let me turn this light table off. This thing doesn't help any. There we go. Let's get the camera back a little bit. Okay, tonight's just kind of a free-for-all night. I don't know. I need to work more on my card art tonight, but I need to pencil in another one of my ideas and get that going. I almost didn't want to stream tonight just because I felt like relaxing a little bit, but hey, Pepper, how you doing tonight? First time watcher. I guess I've seen you only in I guess I've just seen you in Jeff's stream, huh? Oh, hey, oh my gosh, how do I say your name? Tsukyo Itawa. I know I was talking to you guys today. Yeah, I just feel like I've talked to you before, Pepper. I guess just because I've seen you in other streams. And didn't we? Yeah, we talked to you. Didn't you come in when we did the portfolio review stuff? I thought we did. I want you guys this. Tsukyo Itawa. Now, I don't know if, because I know today you were speaking French, but is it your partner that's doing the comic book, or both of you are doing the comic book? I'm not really sure. Okay, I did critique you. That's what I thought. So you've been in my channel before, Pepper. But I guess you haven't seen like just a normal stream, huh? So right now I'm just gonna warm up with some thumbnails, I think, and mess around. This is my project I'm gonna be working on here, and I have I have the drawing over there, so I'll be pulling out that drawing here in a little bit. You don't, okay. Well, welcome, Sukyo. Right now, what I'm doing is just I hadn't been filling out my sketchbook lately, and I really wanted to get some stuff done, like, because I like to throw these sketchbooks up online after I fill them, and then I basically set them up for people to download. If you guys are interested in downloading my other sketchbooks, I have a Cells icon down below. And that you can go in there and download my sketchbooks for free. Oh, thank you. Do I have my playing card deck up? Yeah, I guess I do. So anyways, I wanted to just do some quick thumbnail robots. It's really kind of mindless stuff. I actually don't love any of these designs right now, but it's fun to play with just for now. And then I can go and I'll take these designs and see what I like and don't like, and I'll just take it in and clean it up if I decide I want to do one. I want a little more ink coming out of this. So I got, oh, you know what? I'll be right back. I got something to show everybody when more people get in here. Give me a second. So when I do these thumbnails, I try to leave them as loose as possible so that I can kind of let what I call happy accidents happen. And it's just, you know, you might come across a shape that you might not just normally draw straight out of your head. So I try to stay really loose with it and see what I come up with. So still don't know about this one. Actually, I might do where's my the other markers. Oh well, I'm not gonna worry about it actually. Hey Chad, how you doing, man? Oh, thank you, to Sukyo. Yes, happy Friday, huh, Chad? So I think tonight, I was saying I really wasn't sure what I was going to do on the agenda. I just was drawing these robots from earlier today, just doing some really, really quick thumbnailing, seeing if I could pull anything out of any of this stuff. Let me turn this light down a little bit. It looks pretty washed out. There we go. You're starting a Harry Potter marathon. Oh, right on. Thanks, Chad. I appreciate it, man. Okay, I'll call you Sue. That sounds easier. Okay, let's see here. I thought I liked this one at first, but what I like about this one is that I made these arms like come all the way back and around, and the knees kick down and over. Actually, I should probably draw a line on there to remind myself that that goes across there, because the way I kind of drew it got all jumbled up. But the cool thing is like I said, this is just quick thumbnail work, so I would just go back and I could fix all the problems with this real easy, and maybe even draw a few other versions of it. Well, Chad, enjoy your Harry Potter marathon, man. My daughter would be proud. She loves that whole series. Myself, I like it, but I didn't get as into it. I think I like Lord of the Rings better, if I had to choose. Oh, thanks, Chad. Yeah, I got a few more. Actually, I did a few pages of them. So my first initial ones were here. These were really like super, super rough. I should, I think the next, I'm going to do a series next. And I might do a full mech or some type of robot or something like that. I want to do a series like basically on how to concept something. So I'd probably take it from this all the way to a final, you know, like rendering or something like that, and kind of go through the whole process. So these were all the ones I was drawing. And then I don't know if I've shown, maybe some of you guys haven't even seen all the stuff I've done in here. I got more robots in here. These are some designs for my card stuff. This is just some hot rod tow truck. Here's where just some spaceships. Here was a robot I did. This one turned out pretty nice. This was loosely based. Actually, it wasn't loosely based. I just used an Adidas shirt, and I looked at the style of it, and then made it into a robot, and then I put the same pattern as the t-shirt. So that was kind of fun. And then I went over it with some gouache and marker and stuff. Then this was another one. These were some March of Robots stuff. Oh, I just got something. Oh, you know what? Let me, I just realized that some of this stuff, I think I got hosted by somebody, but I missed it. Whoever that was that hosted me, thank you very much. I apologize that I totally missed it, I think. So if you're in the chat, go ahead and say hi. Oh, there it is. Oh, Sukio is. Sue is. Thanks for the host, Sue. That's awesome. Oh, thank you. That's cool. So this was just a pink robot. I decided to do it all like this pink camouflage. Is that, man, the lighting on this does not... There we go. The colors look so much brighter in my sketchbook compared to the screen, but oh well. And these were just pencil sketches I did of robots. This was just a little one. I drew this one in an airport I got stuck in. I always thought the AT-ATs looked like trash trucks with 4 legs, so I drew it like that. Called Imperial Waste. This was just playing around with the idea of using robots in the Olympics, so these would be running robots. I need to actually move this card drawing probably. So these were all a series of kind of like running robots, so like thin legs, you know, arms that are like blades coming off the back of their legs, you know, thinking of aerodynamics and how they could go faster. That one was kind of ugly, didn't like that too much. This was kind of based on an old slingshot dragster again, so like the big engine in there. Kind of like an old, like maybe a 1960s Transformer or something like that. And then just another one. And then these here were quick pencil sketches of drag racers. These were rough sketches for this type of stuff, because this is going to be my card deck. So... anyways, that's the sketchbook. So eventually I'll take all this stuff and I'll scan it all in and then post it up on thatsells.com, and you'll be able to download it all. So anyways, I think I might move on now and just start my card art. for fun. And get some of that. And then I'll probably go back to that spaceship I was working on last night. Man, I meant to grab something to eat before I started my stream and I forgot. I'm hungry. I might go get something here in a little bit. Just a snack. Alright, I'll probably draw more tomorrow. I'll probably do something that's a little more finished on the next page. I'll probably do something more like, you know, one of these finished guys. Actually like this here. One of those robots. Kind of like that too. It's kind of fun. I like that one. Actually, I like the idea of this. I don't like the shape of some of this stuff, but I like all the mechanical bits like crisscrossing over each other and stuff. So, might do something along those lines and draw more of a three-dimensional one here tomorrow. So tonight I'm gonna work on. I'm gonna do more of this card art. Actually, I'll show some of this stuff off. I believe not everybody's seen this. Chad may have seen it. Rando Friday night. Yes, it is, JD. It's because my wife's working tonight, so I decided to stream. So here's the, so these are other pieces to the card deck. Hey Harm, how you doing? Good to see you over here. Anyway, so this is, I'm sorry I didn't really explain it. So this is like the Ace of Spades. So I'm basically redoing a whole playing card deck. And so all the aces, I put the engine in the shape of the suit. So this was the Ace of Spades. Then you have the Ace of Hearts here. And this here was the back. It's the back of the cards. So I just need to flip all this. I need to get that done, actually. I could probably get that set up. This here is the in-between piece of the Jack of clubs? No, Jack of... Oh, it's right below my picture there. The Jack of... Yeah, Jack of clubs. Hey, D, how you doing? Right on. Oh, thanks, Harm. And so this is the 41 Willies that's going to go in between that. Like I said, if you look right below my camera thing there, that was the original pencil layout of what this is going to be. So I have to scan this in and it gets flipped. So, you know, looking at this, I should actually take all this tape off now, because I don't need to leave that on there. Because these are pretty much done for the most part. Probably a little touch up here and there, but... And so this whole card deck is going to go up on Kickstarter next month. And it's going to be sold. So, and like a lot of the different tiers, you'll be able to buy the artwork, the original artwork with the different tiers and stuff. So right now, what I'm working on is I'm doing another pencil. I won't shade this next one. I'm just going to do line, and then I'll do ink over the top of that. So there's the pencil of that one. So I ended up leaving out a lot of the detail in this one because the car was dark. So I feel like I wanted a little less contrast in the middle because I felt like with that pencil sketch below, it all kind of blended in together. So I think it'll look good like that. We'll see. Who knows? I might change my mind. So, anyways, there's kind of what that's all about. And so right now I have this loose sketch here is the ace of clubs. So the engine's in the shape of the clubs. So now I'm just gonna clean this bad boy up, and then I'll go to my spaceships tonight too. So play around with that for a little bit. Oh, thanks, D. You want one of those decks? Yeah, I'll be advertising the crud out of it on my stream when I get it. I'll probably end up making a Nightbot thing that'll come up in my chat all the time. Every 2 minutes it'll come up. I'm just kidding. I want to know you guys that much. No, but I'll have links and all that stuff for sure when I get it up. I've actually already started working on the campaign with another friend of mine. He's part of the reason I'm doing the card deck. All the proceeds from the deck are going to be going to a charity that he started called Redeeming Love, and they're trying to start a home for girls that come out of the sex slave trade. So it's a really neat organization, but they're trying to build funds and money to try to get that home up and running to help, basically the abuse that these girls have gone through and stuff. So it's going to be a really good cause, and I'm excited for the artwork and all that, and it's been really motivating just because of the cause that this is going to. So quite excited for it. But yeah, if you don't, and I also have Instagram down there too. If you guys don't follow me on Instagram, I'll be making posts about the Kickstarter campaign there. That's where I'm probably most active though, is Kickstarter. Instagram. I do have a Facebook page and stuff, and I do talk to people on there once in a while, so actually quite often. I don't totally ignore it. Is that, yeah, I guess you guys can see that, right? Let's turn that down a little bit more. Yeah, thanks, Pepper. The only thing that stinks about Kickstarter, and I'm not sure, but I guess they, and my friend that has the charity, he read this, that they don't allow you to state that you're that you're supporting a charity, I guess. I don't know. I got to look into it myself. But I think when I launched the Kickstarter campaign, I can't really mention that, which kind of stinks. But we planned on probably doing an Indiegogo one later on. But we wanted to stick with Kickstarter just because it gets so much traction right now. Hey JD, you still here, bud? I don't know if he took off already. He might have. JD's another good streamer on here that does concept artwork and stuff. Good dude. Likes to teach people as well. You know what? I need my let me get my sketchbook. Oh, here, it's right here. So here's the original sketch of this right here. And then I think, what's the other? Oh, there's the ace of diamonds there. So I have most of the rough sketches laid out. So all the kings are going to be trucks. All the queens are going to be like late 40s, early 50s cars. So like real kind of, you know, smooth shapes and things like that. And the jacks, I was playing around with the idea where the car was up on jack stands. But I ended up going with this here. So it's like a gasser, so they're jacked up in the air is what it is. So there's the Willys idea. And then more cars on the jack stands. Kind of funny. I might do one of the jacks like this just as a kind of a joke. This was the card layout that I did. That was about it. But and then I think I have a bunch more previous sketches too, but I think it's most of the stuff I've already worked on. Yeah, a lot of it was just previous stuff, so anyways. Oh, it's already 10 o'clock. I started late tonight, didn't I? I'm not a huge fan of what I did down here. I want to rework that a little bit. Look at my ace of spades. So let's bring this one up. I'll put this up here too, just so there's something else to kind of look at. Now let's redo this. Let's see, what could we make this look like? So the idea behind this piece is so this would be, these would be the valve covers. I know this is if no one knows about cars, you might get an education on cars in here. So the valve covers on the engine cover basically the valves, and the valves run off the pistons. And so this would be the cylinder block right here. So it would be a really short travel piston range here. So obviously it's a little manipulated, so this wouldn't be a real functioning engine, but it kind of appears that it could be. So I could potentially make this like either the oil reservoir or possible cooling type of thing down here. So what would that look like? Just trying to give myself a scenario. I think I need a little more light there. Yeah, there we go. He's actually slightly a bit different, but man, my stomach is growling. I went swimming with my boys tonight, and I can tell that I got probably more exercise, so I'm a little bit hungry now. You have to replace a valve cover and rotor tomorrow. Ooh, fun, man. Well, valve cover's not too bad to do. Oh, two of your cylinders are misfiring, huh? Or are you messing around with me, Belarus? Because your rotor's on your brakes, and your valve cover really never really goes bad unless something shoots through it. Working your way through the issues. Nah, dead serious. Okay. That's a bummer, man. I hate... It's fun when you get to work on a car when you're like modifying it and doing stuff like that, but when you have to work on it because you're trying to figure out a problem, it's annoying. I hate it. I had when I was going to school, I had this 1985 Civic that was just, I mean, it kept going. The car was just, it's a Honda, so it lasts forever. But what happened? Something happened. I think I had to replace the head on it or something like that. And my dad and I took it apart, and oh my gosh, you should have seen all the vacuum hoses on this thing. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. We had to go through and number each hose to make sure we could put it back to where it was. Man, it was something else, man. Replace both plugs, check the wires. Yeah, so now I'm in the cover and the rotor. When you say the rotor, do you mean the cam? I think it's a valve cover. This is a valve cover, so like here I'll draw a quick sketch. So let's pretend you look at a normal engine, so it looks kind of like... Now, I'm used to V8 engines, so this is probably going to be a little different, but... So your cylinders are right here. Your cam is right here. And your cylinders connect to that, right? So what that cam does, you have your flywheel, and that turns your camshaft. And like I said, I'm drawing a V8 engine right now, but this is still the same principle for most cars. So that pushes the cylinders up and down, and your valve cover just sits on top of this right here. And what's inside of there is you have these valves, so you have intake and exit, and what that does is it basically lets air and fuel in, and this, your piston actually causes the fire, which pushes your engine back and forth this way, because your cam is actually it's got all these like these gearing things that go like, you know, they're off center like this. So this thing spins in your engine and your cylinders are connected to this, so it makes them go in and out like that. I don't know what the things are called. Yeah, with some wires. That could be your distributor. Does it have like a cap on it like this? And it's got these holes coming out like this. Then you have wires connected to it like that. Am I right? Yep. I think that's it. That's called your distributor. Right on, man. Hey, I'm proud of you for working on your car. That's pretty awesome. Never thought you'd get a mechanic lesson on a creative stream, right? It's because I grew up working on cars, man. I helped my dad restore several Mustangs, and you know, we'd tear those things down and we'd rebuild the engines and do all kinds of work to them. It was fun. It's a lot of fun. But like I said, I enjoyed the modification stage, but when you had to go through and figure out what a problem was, oh, I hated it. Took the fun out of it, that's for sure. You don't know the names. Let's see here. Probably move to some. Are you guys interested in seeing some spaceship stuff done tonight? Or I know I have a few different people in my stream tonight. Last night I was drawing some spaceships. I almost feel like I might put a riser right here. Let's take out that. Let's take these little notches out. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna lift that whole thing. Oh, thanks, D. Yeah, I haven't posted all the new stuff I've done lately, though. I don't think, I was working on a construction ship last night. It was kind of fun. Actually, that's the one I want to work on tonight and do some more crazy stuff with it. Might go a little, let's see. Might go a hair more narrow with this carburetor. Look at that, man. I'm way off on that. This intake. Let's just do that, because they have intakes that curve down like that. How's your painting stuff going, Bella Rouge? I don't think I ever saw any more of your, you were working on that door, right? Did you finish that? I'm going to say hi to a few people in the chat. Hope you guys don't mind. Mello's here. Just want to say hi. You don't have to pop in. If you feel like it, go for it. And then Verulia, and Wildside. I just wanted to welcome you guys to the stream, man. Thanks for popping in. Did you post the link? You know what? I don't know if you noticed. I mean, when you were in here last night, you saw me getting... Uh-oh. Dude, I'm sorry. I took out all the links after getting trolled so bad last night. Sewer scum. Here, I'll look at it. I'm sorry, Bella Rouge. Yeah, I just got really nervous when that happened last night, and those guys that came in are very, they get very hostile. One of the other guys that was in my chat has dealt with them before, and I just thought if they came back, I don't want them to have any access to this stuff, man. Oh, wow, man. You've got a ton of work done to this thing. What is that exactly? Like, I mean, I know what everything is there, but what is this, like, is it your own, like, interpretation, or is it like is it from something, I guess is what I'm asking. JD, get wrecked. And the other thing, too, I did that because sometimes I have mods in my chat and other times I don't. So I was just like, I don't want. In fact, hey, JD, I'm going to make you mod right now. Just in case. Yeah, those JD, those guys came in my stream last night because they saw Jeff, and oh my gosh, man, they just went. They started kind of hounding us. It was bad, sort of. They ended up leaving though pretty quick, thank goodness. You know what? I can change it to at least permission. You might have to ban Belarus. Let's see, how can I set this? Whitelist, exempt. Thought I could set it so that I could take care of it at least. Regular moderator. Subscriber, everyone, regular. I don't know if this will work or not. The missed opportunities. That's funny. Did you tell me what it was though? Oh, just from your brain. Oh wow, man. That's pretty cool. That's pretty impressive, man. Because I don't, you haven't been doing it super long, right? Yeah, car problems, man. Okay, I think I'm gonna go to my ships. I feel like starting that now. I think I'm gonna look up a little bit more reference on some of the stuff I want to do on this thing anyways, so right now I'm just drawing everything out of my head, so I'm gonna look up some more valve covers and stuff. I mean, this would be like an intake up here. So, all right. I really liked how this one came out. I'm super happy with this. I think I might go grab me a quick snack, man. I'm super hungry right now. Oh, by the way, check this out. I got the new Shred. I don't know if everybody's into the Creature Box. These guys are like comic book guys. They do cool art like this. Pretty sweet stuff. Hey, Pello, how you doing, man? Anyways, really cool book. I think it's like only 10 or 15 bucks on their store or something like that. Maybe more, maybe it's 20. So, yeah, nothing like this. Right on. Let's see here. Are you jelly, Scribbles? Okay, let's switch to my desktop. I need to hold up for a second. I have some of my work stuff still up here that I need to close down. Confidential stuff, you know what I'm saying? Actually, you guys wouldn't even know what you're looking at anyways, but just in case it ended up somewhere. Actually, it's good too because I will post most of the stuff on YouTube, so I don't want this stuff going on YouTube. Show work stuff for Riot. Actually, I'll show some of my stuff off soon. I have a project I've been working on for the last year and a half, and it's going to be launching here in August. So I'm quite excited. I get to show you guys all the stuff I've been working on. Pretty proud of it too. Okay. So here's some of the ship stuff. Who was talking about ships a while ago? Yeah, I'm doing good, Pello. Thanks for asking, man. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, man. So right now, since you're just dipping in, I've been drawing these spaceships for fun. Just kind of a relaxing type of thing to do. And I usually talk about concept art and stuff like that the second half of my stream. The other stuff you just saw up was kind of a personal project of a new card deck I'm working on. It's going to be a Hot Rod themed card deck. Let's see here. Is your name just Hair? I'm not gelling with you, Belarus. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You gotta fill me in, bro. was gonna go grab something to eat. Hello. Oh, means hair in Spanish. Let's see, I got that other ship too I was working on that I still need to finish. Yeah, there you go, hair in Spanish. Hello 2121. Oh, let's see here. Shoot. Thought I had it's looking for my other ship. That's alright. Oh man. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go grab a snack, man. I am really, really hungry right now. Watch the sweet ship while I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. Pelo is your nickname, huh? Right on. Gary Taff, what's up, man? How you doing? Okay. Let's refine some of this stuff. I want to refine those claws and stuff like that. Fix a little bit of perspective stuff going on up here too. Anyways, all these ships that I've been working on are just really off the top of my head right here on the stream. This one last night started, let's see, do I still have the original? I think I might have erased it. I think I did. I wanted to show you guys where it started from. It was totally different actually. So last night, the stream that was here, everyone was like, oh, make it a construction ship, so. Oh, thanks, Palo. So I got me some Chex Mix. Good stuff. Oh, you know what? I always forget to pull my mic close to me. Because I know this sounds a lot better when it's closer. So I apologize for that, guys. All right. I'm pretty happy with most of this stuff up here. What I want to work on is the... I want to work on the claws. Hey, Shadow Man, how you doing? I brought up some heavy construction equipment last night in my Pinterest account. The one thing I hate about Chex Mix is I hate these things. I do not like pretzels. So I pick them all out. Anybody want my pretzels? Should have looked up robotic arms or something like that. This is cool. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Oops. Yeah, I'm doing good, Shadow Man. I am doing really good. I wasn't sure if I was going to stream tonight, but ended up doing it because I knew I just... actually, I wanted to get some of that card art stuff done, so I knew I was going to do that whether I streamed or not, so... I figured I'd stream and hang out a little bit. I always love it when you guys stop by. You know, I never knew that it would be so much fun to get to know people out there on the internet land. It'd be nice to meet face to face someday. Okay. And this, I also like to stream too, just because it makes me produce art and add more to my portfolio, basically. We can have a camp out. Yeah. Actually, I feel like I could make this side kind of do this, be a little bit shorter. Probably should, if I'm gonna make it off center, really make it off center, I guess, huh? But so I got the double claw there. So usually how I design is I found that I work best if I have an underlay drawing like I have here. There was a good friend of mine in college that I went to school with that could just draw like a perfect sketch on the fly, man. And it used to drive me nuts. I'd be like, gosh, how the heck does he do that? Like, and he would make it look so easy to do. And I don't know what it was. I finally, I think I started drawing with light marker or something like that and realizing that my brain just worked better that way. But my friend, he would draw perfect lines from the beginning and it just used to drive me batty. He still does it today. Actually, it's kind of funny. He's a designer for Fox Racing, and I'm a designer for Fly Racing. And he does, he's a really good designer too, but his sketches are beautiful. He used to drive me crazy when he'd draw like that, because he'd make it look so easy, and you're like, dude, how the heck do you do that? So right now I'm thinking about like these are the cylinders that these claws wrap around, and you know, obviously they move to close on things. Just using the principles of typical hydraulics. I mean, that's what all this stuff is on the crane or the digger, whatever that thing is. Hey, Isabella Draw, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by the stream. So do you draw, Isabella? Like your name says? What kind of stuff do you like to draw? So if you think about, you know, the assembly of all this stuff, that's how I try to, you know, I piece it together in my head on how this thing is built, you know? So obviously the cylinder goes all the way through like this. And so, you know, I drew the cylinder going down, even though I'll come back and I'll erase this stuff out because you wouldn't physically see that because you've got this big, like, you know, big, I don't know, CNC piece of metal or something like that, you know? Plasma cut thing. And then it goes around this stuff. And then you have hydraulics that operate that from the back. But like I'm looking at it, and you don't want this to be too thin, you know? You want it like say I brought it out from right here, you know? That means the edge would be like that thin around that cylinder, so you got to think about strength issues. So what you do is you just, you know, you make it a little bit thicker right there, like a real piece of construction equipment would be, you know? And that's how you start to get some believability to your concepts and stuff. is really thinking about those things before you draw it. Oh my gosh, it's Silver. How you doing, buddy? Been a long time, man. Hey, Ghost, how you doing? Weren't you here a little bit ago? I don't think I ever saw you say hi, though. Yeah, big meaty claws, man. This thing's made to build a huge space station, right? Then you've got these little claws in here that I don't know what they do. Maybe that's a really dumb design with these big claws. Well, no, not really. Oh, Jeff Folio. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, better Taff. Silver's got some great stuff, man. Calling it quits, Jeff, for the night, man. Thanks for the host. Appreciate it. Hope your stream was good tonight. Well, I'm back at my ships, Jeff. So I want to say welcome to everybody that was in Jeff's stream tonight. Didn't like let my arm get all cramped up here. Sometimes I forget about the turn function on this. You've been popping between channels. I do that a lot myself, man. A lot of my favorite artists will get on during the day, and I'll have like 2 or 3 streams open at once, trying to watch them all. So if you wonder what some of these lines are that I bring down here, it's to give myself some guidelines on what's down below, you know? So I'm just replicating the shape here that's up here, and I'm putting it down here. And it's pretty much I mean, it's been a perspective practice for a long time. Scott Robertson kind of coined the phrase, draw through. Let me see here. I got to figure out where this other claw is here. Hey, there's Jeff. How you doing, man? Thanks, Silver. I don't know if you're talking to me. I think you are. You were unable to access my chat? Did it like... You have to refresh it, probably? Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking, Ghost. I did say that last night. Actually, what could happen here is, say these small claws need to do a little task, right? So these big claws are on a big pivot back here, and they can just flip around behind the ship like that, right? And then these little claws can go in and take care of the small stuff. So anyways, Jeff, maybe you weren't in here, but I was asking if how your stream went and stuff tonight, man. Everything go cool tonight? Hopefully it was, man. We're supposed to spam me with sloths. I saw you, just before I got on, I saw that you were drawing a sloth on there. It looked pretty cool from what I saw. Did you finish it? Hey, is Obey in the house? Hey, there he is. How you doing, Obey? Good to see you, man. Oh, good. I'm glad it was fun, man. Are you glad you did it tonight? Oh, man. I'm dropping food. Sorry for eating on camera, guys. I was just so hungry tonight. I guess I should have changed my stream to that new, believe it or not, guys, if you haven't heard this, there is a new category and it's called social eating. Oh, I just got a follow. Oh man, I can hardly see that. Stefan Sequence, thanks for the follow. So yeah, there's a new category called social eating. I saw somebody write in chat today that I guess it's super popular in Korea, so because people don't, I don't know, someone said that they eat a lot alone. I was like, I've been to Korea a few times and I don't ever remember that. But whatever. Anyways, it's kind of funny. Breakfast with Twitch. Hey, Sign of the Times, how you doing, man? Domestic Dan was doing that the other day. Domestic Dan doing social eating. That sounds like a perfect combination. I'm not sure I know who Domestic Dan is. That's pretty funny though. Maybe he's is he one of those cooks or something like that do the cooking show or whatever? Who needs drawings? Yeah, sit and eat. I was making the joke today too. I'm like, so who's going to become the big streamer, you know, for social eating? Someone wrote, if you give me $100, I'll eat a salad. It's kind of funny. So I want to make a, you know, so that these claws could rotate this way and this way. I want to do like a circular thing behind this here. Might need to increase the... Might need to increase my I don't know what you call that thing, like forearm. What's going on? Oh, hey, great Persona. I'm sorry I didn't see you come in there. Just saw that. And he happened to be stuffing his face. That's funny, with EDM in the background. Oh, NA Artist is in here. Cool. What's up, NA? Anybody else that I missed? All right. I'm done eating, guys. Thanks for putting up with it. So I will just increase the size of this a hair to make all that work. Yes, everybody is here, NA Artist. This is definitely twisting a little bit, but I'm not super worried. So I told my stream last night, one of the things I'm going to do with these ships is a bunch of these guys that I know have gotten together and started doing these ship trades. So one draws a ship and then you trade your ship and then the other one renders it. So one of these ships I'm going to trade with a friend of mine. His name is John Fry. Really, he's actually a designer for Honda, Honda automobiles. But he does a lot of concept stuff, like for freelance and stuff like that. So we're gonna swap out one of these ships. I don't know which one. So you need pizza? Oh, do you have a shoe drawing, NA? I'll take a look at it, man. But anyways, Jeff, we should do that too, man, if you're interested. We could swap you draw a spaceship and I'll draw a spaceship and then we'll trade. And you'll render it in your style and I'll render it in mine. Be kind of fun. If you're interested. I don't want to make you do it if you're not. Oh, you know what, NA? Let me, I need to figure out how to give permissions. After last night, I took away all links and everything. Oh, here. So I can probably, I can look at it, NA. Don't worry about being timed out. My Nightbot, suck it down. Yeah, I was gonna permit him, but he did it faster than I could. Here's the link if everybody wants to see it. Right on, man. Let's see here. Am I seeing the whole thing? Yeah, I like that. It's almost like it's the starting of a good composition, and then I would just say to do a little bit more now, you know? I like how you have those all scribbly lines above the shoe. Huh. That's cool. You did it in 15 minutes? Right on. Well, that's like an early like thumbnail sketch for yourself for a final piece, right? Whoa. Hey, Sheer Cold, how you doing? You gonna go to sleep, Ghost? Right on, man. Thanks. Thanks for stopping by tonight. Appreciate it, bud. It's always good to see you. Yeah, that's good, NA. You always want to keep drawing no matter what. Even if you're messing around, it's... Every time you draw, you're getting good practice. I always tell people that if, you know, a lot of people said, how do you find time to draw and things like that, and I always say at least plan 10 minutes out of your day to start drawing. And if you can do at least 10 minutes... Shoot, look at that, man. My center line's way off. Look at that. My center line would come out about right there. I don't know. It's off. It's definitely off. It's on a swivel. It moves to the left and right, right? feel like I want to get some of these like big old hydraulics and stuff on this thing. I would like to have them come out here, but then I can't. Then I could make the arms pivot backwards so it could use its fine motor skills. Yeah, I know about it, Silver. Don't understand what that ship do. Snatch something, and what next? You talking about this ship, Obey? It's made to build a space station. Hey, Junior Moon, how you doing tonight? Yeah, Silver, I know all about the challenge. I've actually wanted to get to it, but I was trying to finish the last challenge myself. I know that it's already been all turned in and stuff, which I don't really care. I just was trying to get more character stuff in my portfolio. Or just work. It's not really more character stuff for my portfolio, but just practicing my character stuff. Oh, I didn't see that, Jeff. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I'd love to do that. Oh, yeah, I totally do, Junior Moon. How funny. How do you know him? Ooh, that's a good one. Obey some welders. Maybe I could put the welders here, on where the little hands are. Oh, it's your dad. Oh, right on. How'd you find me? Did you see a post from me or something, like saying that I was coming on, or? Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. And you saw I had a Twitch. Right on. That's awesome. Your dad's probably like, what the heck is Twitch? Yeah, tell your dad I said hi. I need to fix the perspective on this top piece here too. Somebody's shooting off fireworks out in my house, in front of my house, or around my house, even though they're illegal out here. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Obey. Maybe I'll have you, maybe you could build the ship and you could animate it for me. How's that sound, Obey? How is your ship coming? Didn't you say that you were still working on it, right? Why did I draw? Dude, man, I am not paying attention to some of my perspective stuff right now. I totally do. I've got all my perspective stuff going this way and I draw my line going this way. Come on, dude. I should know better than that, right, guys? Canada Day. Today's Canada Day? Yeah, we've got 4th of July coming up. What, Monday, right? So I guess that's, I don't know if that's like Canada Day, but it's celebration of our independence in the U.S. What do I want to do to this front? I didn't love this. Kind of want to add some shape to this thing. Shoot, Jeff, since I got all these ships done, maybe we could trade one of these. Do you have any ships at all that you've already done, or would you have to do something? I know you also need to get your paintings done too, so I don't want to pull you away from that. Oh, you taking off, Junior Moon? Hey, take care, man. Sorry I didn't catch that. Yeah, tell your dad I said hi, man. Thanks for popping on and checking me out. Let's see here. Need to make final render and composition at page with another views. Right on, man. Oh yeah, absolutely. Actually, I don't know if it makes a difference. I put in a report for all that stuff today, Jeff. I actually went on and read the whole thing about harassment and everything, and wanted to take care of that. Although I didn't say anything about impersonating, but I did say harassment, and I showed them the private message that they had sent me about you. So, but how, let's see, how do you have the link and there's a drop down list for impersonation in the subject list when reporting? Oh, okay. I don't think I saw the impersonation thing. But the only thing is how do we, I guess we have to go to his username, is that right? The channel that they created, and then do that? I'm assuming. Yeah, so did I. I did the same thing, man. Oh, okay. Yeah, so go to his channel. Okay. I'll definitely do that. I think I can do it pretty quick, right? Okay, man. All right, boom, sent. Impersonation. Also wrote in there too that they are using your name and harassing people in chat and other channels. So hopefully that helps out, man. Canada equals birthday. Ah, okay. 149 years old. Wow. Yeah, anytime I ever see them pop in, Jeff, I'll be sure to make sure and report all that stuff, man. I won't mess around with that anymore. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, actually, there's some people that have been aggressively harassing Jeff, guys, and if you they came into my stream last night and were really just super aggressive and just really not cool at all, and so if you guys don't mind just reporting them, that'd be great. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Clovis. You know what I'll do here, Obey? I'll make one arm a welder, and then the other one can be a hand. Or do you think they should both be welders? What do you think, man? You about to eat? Okay, cool, man. I don't know, Jeff. I don't know how late I'll be on. Actually, maybe midnight at the latest. I'll probably get off. I might finish this sketch and call it a night. It's probably what I'll end up doing. Yeah, Obey. Your city's 1,200 years old. Make one big welder? Well, I was thinking about making one of these a welder, or both of them a welder, and then have the other hand. If I do one big welder, I'm not sure where I'd put that. Your scorpion tail idea? Thanks, Clovis. I appreciate that, man. Here's all the other ships I've been working on, Clovis. You're saying one big welder. See, the only thing is that I don't like about it, and I'm going to say proportion, because look at it, I've got these two big claws that are off to the side, right? And if I draw one, like, I don't know what you, if I do like a big, like, you know, welder thing coming off of this, then I've got like another big thing, you know, sticking off there. I suppose I could make it maybe come off up here. I don't know. I think I'm going to do still a small welder, like, I think attached to this hand right here or something like that. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, hey James, how you doing, man? Let's see here. So Jeff, I will probably be on until midnight. I think that's it, man. I'm gonna probably get off after I finish the sketch. What's up, Burke? So small a hand. What do they hold? Yeah, a cigar would be cool. The robot could smoke a cigar. I don't know, man. You know, maybe he's got like a... Maybe he can hold like a little hammer in this hand, right? Okay. And then in this hand, he can hold nails. And then so these big claws swing back and then it can hammer nails into the space station, man. Oh, you're gonna draw a ship tonight? Dude, Jeff, get some sleep, man. It doesn't have to be that fast. Because I'm definitely not gonna render it tonight. Great. By the way, Clovis, what brings you by the channel, man? I always like to find out how people found my art out there. Great art doesn't have to make sense. That's what I always say too, Silver. Sometimes it's good to think it out, but then other times it's like, it just looks cool. Let's just go with it. Looks cool. Oh, you know my I'm gonna write my wife back real quick, guys. Sorry. Man, more fireworks. Bay, I love the ship you posted on ArtStation. Oh yeah. That ship is cool. Yep, I always side on it just looks cool. Yeah, I think that's fine to do that every once in a while, man. I mean, really, when it comes down to it, right? When you're doing designing like a video game or whatever you're doing, you just want stuff to look cool, right? I mean, I got to be honest with you. Even in product stuff, I've designed stuff that I've just gone. You know what? There's not a lot of function to that, but man, it looks cool on there, and I'll put it on there, and it's on a physical product, not just a video game. All right, let me. I need to bring up some reference for a welder. What could I use for a welder? Let's just look up a welder, right? Let's look up a TIG welder, I guess. A TIG. Is it TEG? Is that right? TIG welder. There's a TIG. See here. I spelled that wrong. TIG? I'm not sure how to spell it. Let's do a MIG welder. I guess it just has a point on it. I guess I'll just design something that looks cool with a... looks complicated on the front, I guess. I don't know. Let me go back to my chat. Sorry guys, I'm like totally MIG would be best. It only has need for one arm. It's well, but I got the other arm there, so it's, you know, it could work. Got two arms down there. One could hold the piece, and then the other could weld, you know. Syringe drone. Yeah, there you go. That works, right? Hey Sam, how you doing, buddy? What's new with you? The Riddler of America. Yeah, just working on some more of my ships tonight, Sam. What are you doing tonight? Oh, my night's going good. I just worked on my playing card art for a bit and then just decided to hop over here and draw some more on these ships. Hey, Wild Side. What are you up to tonight, Sam? Anything? By the way, everybody, if we got a lot of artists in the channel right now tonight, I always just assume that everybody knows who Sam is, but he streams for Adobe, and he does some really cool character stuff, a lot of fantasy stuff, really good. He's been working on these monsters that look really cool. But give him a follow, man. He's a good guy. Loves teaching stuff too. And then I think the majority of everyone knows Jeff's Folio here. Then we got Obey Art, NA Artist. I know that those guys all do stuff. The hammer and nails will be forever in your heart. Oh, I love it. Now you make me want to put it back. This claw. Oops. I'm going to combine these two layers together. That claw was way too big. Oh, sheer cold. I don't have any song requests, man. I don't do that on my channel. Sorry, bud. Let's see here. This thing is so out of whack right here, and so is this. This is still bothering me right here. My perspective is off on that claw and it's killing me. My heart will go on. You guys are funny, man. Yeah, you can use your imaginations. You know why? I'll tell you why I don't do song requests. There's actually a couple reasons. One is that I don't mind a lot of music, but I don't like a lot of music. And even the stuff I'm listening to right now, I don't like. I would definitely probably choose something else. But a lot of times when if I am doing a tutorial or something like that in my on my channel, I like to use that stuff and I like to highlight it and use it on YouTube. And if I get copyright music on my channel, then I get silenced. So those are pretty much the two reasons why I don't do song requests on my channel. Open canvas and draw together? Oh, that would be cool. Wait, can you not hear my music? I've got music playing. Maybe I had it down too low for you guys. Works over the internet. Huh. Ports on the router. Sam, I'm not really sure. Jeff was just asking me that. I was probably going to finish this, I think. And then after that, I might go back to this ship. I'm not really sure how late I'm going to be on tonight. I was thinking maybe till midnight. Maybe later. I really don't have to get off tonight, so because I got not a lot going on tomorrow. Or actually I do, but nothing that I have to get up early for or anything like that. Oh, thanks, Sam. Hey, Shadow Rex, how you doing, man? Good morning to you. Almost good night for me. Didn't they remove that version in some version? Huh. Don't stop till your body stops. Yeah, Jeff, I usually leave my music fairly low. I just turned it up a little bit. Huh. I'll have to try that. That would be fun to try that sometime, man. Let's put the music about. I don't think I want it much higher than that, because that usually gets too high. I want to draw with you guys too. That's cool. Alright, sounds good, Jeff. Go get something to eat, man. I'm gonna redraw this right here, because This claw thing is so out of whack. I drew that super quick last night, I think right when I was kind of getting tired. Getting dark in here. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, Sam. I'm glad I have a good music volume going. Huh. Hey, Christian B, how you doing tonight, man? Good to see you back in here. It's a Japanese program? Hey, Kayla, how you doing tonight? You're up late tonight. Yeah, hey, if you guys don't follow Kayla, she's a really great artist too. Hey Kayla, I'm just curious, how long, like, do you have a normal stream time or do you just kind of go on whenever? Because I feel like I haven't seen you on, like, in a while. But maybe I just missed you. Yeah, right now I'm just working on spaceship ideas. They've all stemmed from various things. Started out with this one and then just kind of went down the line here. This one's kind of a fun one right here. It's based on an old slingshot dragster in the 60s. This one was actually a demo I did for perspective stuff. And right now I'm working on like this kind of space station construction vehicle. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Mason. I appreciate that, man. Finishing up some work before you crash. Right on. Jeff's folio, aren't you going to eat? Yeah, he hasn't got a way to eat yet, has he? Oh, you do Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays? Why haven't I seen you on? Oh, okay. Yeah, tonight's my random night. I normally stream on Tuesdays and Thursday nights. What's that behind me? Where are you looking? Mason, are you looking at my image here? Or are you looking at the artwork behind me? Seriously going to eat now. Alright, see you, Jeff. Mason, wait, get back here. See, I'm having too much fun in my stream right now. I really don't want to end it. Yeah, it's a late night party. Man, you guys are active on chat right now. Just kidding, go eat. Don't go. Uh-oh. Oh, thanks, Sam. I appreciate that, man. Oh yeah, James. Early morning party for you, huh? So is it, I guess it'd be Saturday for you, right, James? Ditto. What? Oh, wait. Let's see. I was kidding. Catching up with chat here. Launch design. Oh, you know, actually, Christian B, I don't have any gum roads, but I've actually really been thinking that through my head right now. I'd love to do it, believe me. The only thing I do have, if you check my YouTube, I have a bunch of free stuff I've done on there that's like some small things. I've done some stuff for Corel Painter. I actually did some tutorials in Corel Painter that turned out pretty good on some of the spaceships I've designed. Let's see. But yeah, I would love to do one of those. I think that's been going through my head. Oh, by the way, thanks, Christian. Oh, that didn't show. What didn't show, Kayla? The host? The host showed up for me. I don't know. Am I using a tablet? I'm using a Cintiq. See, look, check it out. $8 a.m. Saturday, right on. Oh no, I'm not using a mouse. Not at all, man. I haven't used a mouse in a long time. I mean, I have a mouse right here, but you know, sometimes I'll use that for moving around stuff. Let's see if I caught up with chat here. Thinking of doing a stream all day? Yeah, do it, James. That'd be awesome. No worries, sheer cold. So you'd buy my Gumroad? So I'd get one sale for sure? Yeah, I really should. I think I'm kind of feeling like doing some tutorials like that now. Mason. Oh, what emotes did you use, Kayla? That's weird. Oh, you know what? I wonder if that wouldn't be my Nightbot doing that, would it? Sam showed up though, and so some of your stuff showed up, Kayla. Huh. Oh, I got 2 customers, and there we go. The ones, oh, better Twitch TV. I don't think, don't you have to have that installed or something like that? Gotcha. Some of their tablets have rough surfaces, but gets worn down over time. You get used to the smooth surface. What did Sheer Cold ask? Oh, it's too smooth? Actually, you know what you can do to prevent that smoothness too, Sheer Cold, is they make different nibs that actually go on the pin itself They actually make a felt one, and it sticks a little bit more to the monitor. It actually feels a little bit closer to using a pencil. I'm getting slowed up here. I really slowed down. I don't know how you do it with your active chat, Kayla. I've seen your chat, man. It goes a million miles an hour. I guess you just catch what you want to catch, huh? Oh, I got another host. Oh, thanks, Mason. I appreciate that, man. Hey, thanks for everybody stopping by tonight. I wasn't sure how tonight was gonna be like. Oh, you use the felt one? Yeah, I used to. You know, I wonder if I have that felt one. I have two pens, but I have my this thing right here. Yeah, here's the felt one right here. In fact. Oh, that's weird. It's like breaking down or something like that. Yeah, was that Sheer Cold that asked me that? Hey, thanks for the host, Kayla. I think it's like, this is the felt one right here. And if you guys ever wonder what this is for, that little ring thing, a lot of people, I'm not sure, know that, but if you put it on the nib right there, it pulls out the your little nib. Okay, now I've got the felt one. Let's see if it works. Yeah, that feels good. I used to use it all the time. I kind of forgot that I had those in there. Oh my gosh, I just got a host from Adobe. Hey, thanks guys. Holy cow. Thanks everybody. Hey Adobe. What's up? I'm all thanks guys. No. I just got the major host train tonight. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. If you guys are wondering what I'm working on tonight, I actually didn't have any major intentions tonight. I just was drawing spaceships. These have been done over a few streams. Hey, thanks for the follow, Cyrus. So these, I've just drawn a few, like I said, throughout the streams. And then I've also been working on another project, which is a playing card deck, all Hot Rod themed stuff. So, let's see, I just got another follow. Thanks for the follow, guys. I appreciate it. Skinny Wolf, thank you. Oh, sorry for the message deleted there. CNS. I should have probably lifted my Nightbot thing. Thanks for the follow. Let's see, who was that? Let's get everybody. Oh, Ink One. Yeah, thanks, Ink. I watch your stuff all the time, man. I kind of lurk in your chat though. Thanks, my lemon. München Schwabing. Wind Bunny, Dione, Texas. Oh man, Skinny. I got Skinny. I got Cyrus. I didn't get Earthmuck. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Thanks Wolf. And thanks Shoulder. No, Should. Oh man, some of these names are hard to read on my chat thingy. And thanks Ion Games. I'm just gonna have to say thank you to everybody that's following me. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, you know me. Yep, I know you, man. Hey, thanks for the host, Obey. Oh, thanks, Dione. Christian B, dude, 72 viewers. Man, I appreciate you guys coming over to my stream tonight. I'll try to catch up some of the comments. Oh, you were sent by Ink One. Oh, right on. That's cool. I appreciate that, Ink One. I feel like I should show you some of the other stuff I've been working on. Actually, here, I'll switch my workstation. I do a lot of traditional stuff as well. But like I said, this is the stuff I do just kind of to relax and have fun. I love drawing spaceships. I call spaceships my graffiti. If you've ever drawn graffiti, it's just like real expressive. And so my spaceships are like that for me on the getting my creative juices flowing. And then I'll show you guys some of my my traditional stuff as well. Again, thank you for all the follows. I would love to go through and say thank you to each one of you. But this is some of my ink work. This is going to be a playing card deck, a Hot Rod themed playing card deck. So what I've done is I've taken obviously the 52 playing cards and I've redone all the face cards and redone like all the aces, the jokers, and I think that's about it. So this is this is the ace of spades here. I'm gonna adjust this lighting a little bit here. There you go. But everything's Hot Rod themed, so it's all engine based. So here was the pencil sketch to this guy here. I ended up changing him so he was all black now. And then I went back. Originally I was doing it all in pencil and went back and started inking everything because I felt it gave better contrast to the cards. Like when you shrink it down, it looks much better in the all black. And so this piece here, hey, thanks a lot for the follow, guys. Sorry I'm not keeping up with it all. You know what I need to do here? Let's do this real quick. There we go. If you look at my card down below, like just below my picture there, that's kind of the layout of the card. That's the Jack of Clubs there. So that's what this piece is for. And then I went ahead and inked it now too. So it looks like that. And then it's going to be combined with this card here to make the Jack of Clubs. And then this is the back of the cards. So that's going to get flipped and rotated and all that stuff. And this one here is the Jack of Hearts. So usually what I do is I work on this for the first part of my stream. And then the second, I'll usually do concept art, like spaceships. I did a Boba Fett piece a little bit ago. And then I've got my sketchbook here, and this is the next ace. This is the Ace of Clubs here. So that's all that. Since I had all these new people in my stream, it's fun to show off the everything I'm working on. Then so after that, I kind of like cool down with my spaceships and just draw on that stuff. Yeah, that happens, Mason. You know what? I need to, Brendan, I've seen you in other streams too, man. You're carrying on the legacy, huh? Looks great. Nice to see some spaceship work. Oh, thanks, man. Hypnotic Mind. Yeah, I appreciate it, Ink One. Just sharing the Adobe love. Yeah, and if you guys want to see any more of my artwork, just click on all my links below. I've got my portfolio there on, let's see, what is it? On art, well, I just recently started updating my ArtStation one. I haven't been doing that much, but I started to do it since they have that partnership with Twitch to stream straight on ArtStation. And I think that posts in chat. And then I have my Behance site down below too that you can look at all my work.
All right.
Thanks for the follow, Randolph. I caught that one. What's wrong, Kayla? Yes, Sheer. Love all the details. Oh, thank you. You're exhausted. Do you need to get to bed? Samantha Hart, your perspective work looks outstanding. Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks, Sheer Cold. Yeah, I just to give you a little bit of background on me, Samantha, I went to Art Center College of Design and I studied transportation design. And while I was there, I was actually classmates with Feng Zhu, and then I also had Scott Robertson as a teacher. So I got a pretty good education when it comes to all this stuff. But now, since I've drawn so much anymore that perspective has become a second nature for me, which is definitely a blessing because I know it's not the easiest thing to learn all the time. So anyways, I was going back, let's see, what was I doing? I was fixing my claw over here on my light layer. So last night on my stream, we just talked about what this ship could be, and it was pretty much my chat that decided to do this ship, and they all decided that they wanted to see a construction vehicle type spaceship. So I think, let's see, how did this one started out kind of like totally different. I don't know if this will have my old stuff on it or not. Glad I followed. Oh, thanks, Hypnotic Man. I appreciate that. Did Kayla leave? Oh, no, she's still here. Glad I followed. Oh, nice. Wait. Yeah, Scott and Fang. It's sort of funny because I don't have. Oh, this was the original light. This is how that ship originally started right here. This one right here. And so I didn't know what to do with it and to make it into a fighter or something like that. And then it ended up evolving into this big construction ship. So it totally changed. And so I brought in some reference of a big construction vehicle to kind of look at while I was drawing it. So let's see. Thanks, James. Yeah, James has been with me for a very long time. Yeah, so anyway, Cyrus, yeah, Scott and Fang, it's so funny because I think back to that time, and when Feng Zhu was in my class, he used to draw like all these. He used to draw all the little. I know all you guys know what StarCraft is and Warcraft and everything. Not World of Warcraft, but the original Warcraft. And he used to replicate all those little, like the little buildings, and like all the little, like he didn't really draw the characters then. But he would draw all these like the little huts and all that stuff in Warcraft, and I remember thinking, why are you drawing that stuff? I don't get it, you know. It looked cool, but I was like, I didn't understand. And so I think he was like a term ahead of me. But as I was there, I got to know him, you know, decently. He actually knows who I am, which is cool. But he ended up leaving school before he even graduated, and he got a job. I think at like, what was it? Was it Blur Studios? Or I think somehow he ended up at Blur Studios eventually, and he pretty much got the rest of his education out there because he was a hard worker at school, but his work wasn't near what it is today. Not even, you know, I mean. And so I often think back to that. And then the Scott Robertson story is kind of funny for me too, because I was in this class called Viscom. In this Viscom class, you have to render all these materials and stuff like that. And the teacher, I signed up to take Scott. That's right. And I didn't know who he was exactly. But everyone was like, oh yeah, you know, he's a really, actually most people were like, oh my gosh, he's such a hard teacher and he's really tough and blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, I'm here at school to learn, and I don't mind taking some tough stuff because I want to get good, you know. So I signed up for his class. Well, I ended up getting taken out of it, and I got put in another class, and I was so bummed because the other teacher I had was good, but just I just had heard so much about Scott that I was like, man, I really wanted him as a teacher. But anyways, I actually didn't have him as a teacher at Art Center. I finally got him as I took one of his private classes that he used to do when I was working at Hot Wheels. They actually paid for me to go take the class, so that was kind of cool. But I finally got Scott as a teacher eventually. Catch up with chat here. Yeah, you remember watching a ton of Feng Zhu vids. I know, totally. I did too, actually. I don't recognize that name, Sheer Cold. What is that, Rob Rappel? No, I don't know who that is actually offhand. You're probably going, man, you should know who that is. I'm trying to think of who I was there with. You know, the thing about when I was there, the entertainment design program was not good at all. It was actually horrible. And I ended up staying in transportation design because that was the better program at the time. They were kind of in a big transition period. They had a bunch of really good entertainment teachers, and they all kind of took off. I really don't know what happened. But during that time, I just went ahead and stayed as transportation design and remained there. And then I ended up not taking entertainment classes because I had signed up to do a dual major. I was going to do entertainment and transportation. But it kind of fell apart, and everyone was like, it's not worth your time right now. Oh, Kayla's still here. Hey, thanks, Cheryl. We talking about Rob? Now I gotta look him up. Wasn't Fang that one teacher that would roast the heck out of a student's work? Well, Fang, I never had Fang as a teacher. We were actually in school together. Um, yeah, I can tell you horror stories about Art Center, but I think it was all it gave you thick skin. I'll tell you that. Nothing really hurts your ego or your feelings anymore. Actually, the teacher that I ended up having instead of Scott Robertson, he was an old time guy that was big in the hot rod industry, and he would actually rip your work off the wall and he would walk all over it. And he actually had polio too, so he was on crutches. So he would put his crutches all over your work. Now I'm kind of curious about this Rob guy that you're talking about. Where is that? Here we go. I just wanted to see who this was. No, I don't think I knew who this was. My guess is he might have been after me. Yeah, that's beautiful work, though. Yeah, no, like I said, no one really came out. Like, the only guy that I was with that had a reputation would have been it would have been Fang. All the rest of the people that came out, they graduated like a really strong transportation design class, and they also had a really strong product design class that graduated around the time that I did. And as far as entertainment design is concerned, there was nobody that came out that time because, like I said, the program had just really gone down the tubes, unfortunately. And then, which I don't think you guys would recognize any of the names in the transportation design because that's just not as. Seems like that's not as widely known. Actually, one of the guys that came out with me, he worked on the previous GT40 that Ford did, and then another guy in my class designed the FJ, the Toyota FJ. Cruel to be kind. Yeah, he was harsh, Pepper, but I learned a lot from the guy. I will say that. Like I said, they a lot of the old school art center guys. I don't think it's quite like that now. As far as it's hard, but it's not. It doesn't have kind of the. Like that guy was definitely. I mean, he was old school, and art center was very much like that for a long time. Kind of out of the like out of the 50s and 60s kind of mentality, you know. But by the time you came out of that school, like I said, you had some really thick skin and you knew how to handle you knew how to go basically into the workplace. You were ready. And that's the one thing that I really appreciate about my education. You learn through positive reinforcement and food rewards. Like a small puppy. Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I would never teach like that myself because it is pretty harsh. And I think you could probably destroy people doing that. So, I mean, I would never do that. But it was definitely a mentality. Second, she was so mean. I used to nickname her Medusa. Yeah, thanks, Sheer Cold. I was going at the same time as Hogarth. Oh, when he was teaching there, I'm sorry. No, actually, he was gone by the time I was there. The guy that was teaching figure drawing at that time, his name was Dallas. I don't remember his last name. His name was Dallas something. I actually took several figure drawing classes with him. We used to have to make this huge roll of paper. It was like, I don't know, it was like that big, and it had to stretch from end to end, and you had to fill that whole roll full of figure drawings, and it had to go from one end to the hallway to all the way to the other, and he had places marked in the hallway, and if it didn't go all the way to the end, like if you went all the way to the end, it was an A, and then everything marked behind that, he would have like, this is the B section, this is the C, D, an F in the hallway. It was kind of funny. Your teacher graduated, Steve Huston. I'm not sure who that is. Interesting. Dwayne "The Rock" Vance. Hey, I like the sound of that, man. So you are a pro. Yeah, actually I am. I get paid to do this kind of stuff, so I guess I'm a pro, right? Yeah, actually, what is it, Bayern King Reborn. I actually, as far as sculpting, when you say sculpt, I'm assuming 3D. Actually, I graduated from transportation design, so I did have to sculpt clay, but I sculpt a lot of cars, and then like currently right now I'm a designer for the motocross industry, so I design a lot of protective gear. So like helmets and like elbow pads, knee pads, protective stuff like that. And usually when I do helmets, I'll actually sculpt clay to get my final design. But I do initial sketches like this first. So, hey, thanks for the follow, folk. So I do have experience like sculpting in clay and stuff like that. Oh, and Bernie, I guess I just answered that question, didn't I? Hey, thanks for the follow, Bayern. All right, take care, Kayla. Thanks again for stopping by. I appreciate that. Again, if you guys don't follow Kayla, follow Kayla. She is an excellent artist. She has a very fun stream, too. Hey, good morning, Droid Boy. Hey, Izzy, how you doing? Yeah, Adobe rated me tonight, Izzy. I got the love from Adobe tonight. Let's see. How long is the lag, Bernie? I don't know. It's usually like 10 to 15 seconds, I think, on average. Is usually where it falls. Oh, let's see. I pretty much. Let me check all this stuff. I know that my front claw here is out of perspective. Hey, thanks for the follow. What is it? Failed TV. Actually, I need to go a bit bigger with this arm over here too, so that I can fit that. And then just to give you a little history on, so not only did I work in the motocross industry, but I went from, hey, thanks for the follow, Samantha Art. I went from, so I went from Art Center to the motocross industry. I actually stayed there and decided not to ever go into the car industry at all. And that was actually kind of intentional because I decided that the car industry was actually a very dry industry to get into, because you end up designing a lot of side view mirrors and headlights for cars versus the whole car most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. And so from there, I went into the toy industry and I worked at Hot Wheels for a long time. I shouldn't say a long time, but I worked on a lot of the TV shows while I was there, and then also worked on a lot of the toy lines, obviously. I designed several Hot Wheels, and it was like a really fun, like, it kind of combined both of the best worlds that I loved, which was automotive and entertainment, all combined in one. Then after that, I went back into the motocross industry, doing stuff there. And then I went on my own for about 6 years, and I had my own design company. And there I got to work on a lot of video games and a lot of product stuff, toy. I still did a lot of stuff for the toy industry. Hasbro, Mattel. I got to work for EA, DC Comics. A lot of really fun stuff, but all my stuff was mostly vehicular type work, you know. I will say that there's just not a lot of people out there that do it, and so you get into jobs just because the like I said, just people don't do a lot of it. So it's really been fun, and I kind of got into drawing vehicles from when I was a kid and I saw Star Wars. And that's what really drove me into doing this. So, but anyways, now I'm actually back in the motocross industry. It's like I can't get away from it. And I actually work for a company called Fly Racing. And I design a lot of the protective equipment there now. So it's a fun job though. It's still, when you design all the protective equipment, you know, you can implement a lot of like entertainment design stuff into that because it's so wild. And then I'll also do graphics and things like that for helmets. So when you get to do that stuff, you can be pretty wild with all that. I just realized that my claws are totally off. Maybe not. No. It's just definitely, I should probably increase that whole left arm or right arm. Yeah, hey Jeff. How you doing, buddy? Let's see. Did I miss any other stuff? Yeah, just to let everybody know that's in my stream right now too, Jeff is another concept artist, Jeff Folio. He's got a great resume too. He does, and he has a really good stream, and he teaches people how to do, well, right now he's been doing a lot of environment stuff. So really good artist and designer himself. Hey, John, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man. Is there a way we can send our art? You mean like as far as for me to look at? Rux Obligatory? Let's see. Oh, hey, Z-Dog. Oh, man, how you doing, buddy? I'll get back to you on that, Ruxberry. Actually, I took out all my links because I had some problems with some people coming in and doing some things, so... Yeah, right on, John. Environments is your thing. Yeah, then check out Jeff's stuff. Check it out. Let's see. So much awesomeness, teach us, Master. Yeah, that's why I'm on here. I talk about doing lots of stuff. Do I have a list of Hot Wheels? Yeah, actually, if you go to my Behance portfolio, I believe I have all my stuff listed in there. Let me look and see. Yeah, there's a folder called Hot Wheel Designs, and then there's one next to it called Scorcher Hot Wheel. Funny thing is, man, I look back at all that, and that stuff's so old. I think my stuff's gotten much better since then. But I guess that's a good thing. Let's see what else I got here. You're horrible at drawing but love ZBrush? Yeah, ZBrush is awesome, man. I'd like to learn that. It's been much more than that for me. Gotta go back up here. Sorry I missed some of this stuff, guys. Oh, I see Bernie. Oh, 5 minutes. Holy cow. Oh, Z-Dog, you're saying that I'm streaming on Saturday. I guess it's Saturday for you, but it's Friday night for me. Although I guess it's Saturday now for me. Hey, Faya, how you doing, buddy? John, are you SoCal based? Yeah, I think he is, isn't he? Aren't you in Southern California, John? I thought you were. Oh yeah, he says I am. Oh, right on. Thanks for coming by, Dione. Have yourself a good night. Well, at this point, I'm not really sure, like... Actually, I guess I could fix some of the stuff I got going on this thing here. Like I said, I really didn't plan out a lot tonight because I was thinking it was going to be a pretty chill stream, but I guess it still can be. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. What is it? Amonimo? I gotta fix that stuff on my my screen. I can't read that stuff. I think it's probably a combination of getting old and and the font isn't easily read. I am John. Jeff, you got back. I see. Oh yeah, that's right. I think Sheer Cold. Aren't you close to me and Jeff? Remember you talking about that. Take care, Bayron. Or Bayern. I hope I'm not butchering your name too much. But, yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll, hopefully I won't waste your guys' time. Yeah, that's right, Sheer. I remember that. Yeah, my perspective is off on these claws. I need to probably go back and fix that. But I can definitely tell I'm getting tired. Trying to think what I could tell you guys. What else I could talk about? What could I talk about? Actually, I can show you some of the stuff I've been working on in my streams. Let's see here. Here's a few of just really quick. These are in my portfolio, but I might as well show some of this stuff. These are some of the rendered spaceships. These are super quick and loose. As like I said, I think I told everyone that I love to draw spaceships. It's kind of like doing graffiti. I love doing graffiti too, but it's kind of this expressive stuff that it doesn't have to make sense. So I love to draw ships. Here's some more. These are some really weird ones. Just playing with some forms and stuff. Sheer cold cake time. Yeah, actually, Jeff and I are going to do this thing. There's several concept artists that have done that, and one of my friends contacted me about doing this. Is we're going to do what's called a ship swap. So I draw a ship, and then I will trade with the whatever artist that we've agreed to, and then they render it. So here's this is some TIE Fighter. I just did this. This was just a fun side project I did for myself. This was right when all the Star Wars hype was coming out. So I was redesigning these TIE Fighters. I called it a redesign, but I actually was more going for like a special squadron of TIE Fighters, you know, like heavier, you know, more missiles, more guns, more heavier armor, stuff like that. So this was kind of a hangar scene from that. But anyways, I was going to say Jeff and I are going to swap this stuff out. Hey, thanks for the follow. I hate this part. Let's see. What else could I talk about here? Oh, I'll show you one of the other things I did. Wait. It's right. Robots and characters. Oh, no, it is. It's in vehicles and cars. I still think this piece needs a little bit of work, but it's almost there. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. So I kind of worked on this for a while in several of my streams. So it initially started out as I designed a hot rod, as if Boba Fett would, you know, build something like this and drive around the city. And so I took that and kind of made it into a scene, and you can kind of see a shadow of a guy over here with a blaster, and Boba Fett's kind of readying his blaster, kind of expecting maybe not the nicest thing to happen right now. So this is a really fun piece. Anyways, did I finish telling my story, Jeff? I don't know if I did or not. Anyways, Jeff and I are going to swap ships, and I'm going to render one of his, and he's going to render one of mine. So if anybody else wants to jump in on that, I'd love it. Actually, I think it'd be fun to do that with you, John. You draw something and I render it. And I can draw something and you could draw it in your style. I think that'd be cool. You're teaching yourself design with Scott Robertson's book. Oh, yeah, yeah. In addition to the book, I'd say your best thing is just draw. I can give you some quick exercises that I think are really good. One of the things that I highly, highly recommend for people just starting to sketch, some big common mistakes that people do when they first start to draw is they tend to draw these, like sketchy lines like this. And it's because people use their wrist, but you actually need to use your whole elbow to draw. So keep that in mind. So I don't know, let's see, I think I'm gonna see if I can catch my arm in here. So when you draw, you wanna draw like this, okay? So you get these nice clean lines like that. And it'll give your line work a more confident look versus something like this. That's one thing to keep in mind when you're drawing. Other things you can do is other things that you can do to kind of create that muscle memory that you really are looking for. And what that does is it teaches your mind to transfer what you're thinking up here to your hand, right? That's one of the hardest things to get your mind to do with your hand, to all connect to each other, right? So one of the exercises you can do is actually create two dots like that, and in one stroke try to end at that dot as close as you can. And then you can do varying lengths. Now right now, actually probably what I should do is turn the page, because like if I was in my sketchbook, I would tilt it like this. So you do a dot and a dot, and then try to make it to that line. You can do short lines. Actually, I'm not hitting my dots right now. And so what that does is it makes your brain actually look ahead of your hand. And so your brain is telling you, or telling your hand, it's got to stop on that dot. And then as you do that, you can actually start to create like arcs like this. So you're trying to connect all those dots. And if you do this a lot, and do tons of pages of this stuff. I do this still today to just get it loosens me up for one thing, and then it also just, it's still keeping that muscle memory going in my head. The other stuff you can do too is drawing, ellipses within, or circles within circles like this, and trying to get a circle in a nice clean stroke. I know that's not perfect, but if you can start and stop and end in a place like that, that's another same type of, you're doing the same type of thing. And then when you're doing the circles within circles, you're teaching your hand to have a little bit more control that way. Then the other stuff you can do is practice your ellipses. So as that goes around, trying to think of other exercises that I do. Those are the primary ones that you can really practice a lot. And what that'll teach you is good hand and eye control, like I'm talking about. And then as far as perspective stuff is concerned, just drawing shapes really does help. Like if I'm drawing, like I'll go back to my ships here. So you can see all my construction lines, right? On all that stuff, on how I start to lay out. And like all this stuff is it's called drawing through. That's kind of what Scott Robertson has coined the phrase. But this plane, it's kind of like I get this imaginary plane in my head, and this is what I'm thinking of when I'm drawing those ships, is I have this plane in perspective. And so drawing shapes like this really starts to train your brain to set up, your own perspective grids. And I'll tell you, one of the things we had to do, we took a whole semester on cubes, cones, and cylinders, and we had to shade them all the time. So we had to do like compositions every week that was like, cube, cylinder. I think if I remember right, he gave us specifics, like we had to have like 1 or 2 cylinders or something like that. Actually, that was what that one ship was based on too, because the more you do this and you start to learn how you can take a very basic shape like this stuff right here and start to carve it up and turn it into something, really cool. And I know that that's a lot of what Scott Robertson talks about. So then you could start to radius these edges. So if you radius an edge, you just basically figure out what your corner is going to be, and just chop it off at those 2 points. So here and here, and then you just draw a radius in there. Man, I am not getting my line. There we go. Kind of good, but I think I get better lines on my regular sketch pad. So anyways, you can kind of see how that starts to work, So then you could, like, I don't know, break this down into like some space station thing or something like that. I don't know. So when you just give yourself more and more mileage, you can really start to break down all these shapes into more complex forms. So you got to run. All right, take care, Earthmech. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the follow, man. You're a big sci-fi geek. Oh, right on. I am too. So yeah, we get along really well. Talent is holding a cam while drawing a line. This is gold. Thanks a lot. Why? Oh, yeah, Cyrus. Yep. There's always ask the question why, because that'll help you understand. Obviously, what's behind the why. I guess what's your end goal. What else can I tell you about? I can give you a quick lesson on wheels and ellipses and stuff like that. Let's see. This is, let's go with a... So a thing about wheels that I'm going to show you, actually not even wheels, but just ellipses in general. This might help you with getting your ellipses in perspective. This is like the biggest thing you learn in drawing cars, is that your wheels, they got to be solid, and that's basically the base of your car. You can measure a car with wheels. So usually I always start with kind of a perspective line like this, and then I start to draw my wheel. Well, a lot of people ask, are like, how do you know the correct perspective of your ellipse when you put that down? Now, one reason is I've been drawing for a long time with this stuff, so you get a sense and you get a feel for what you need to do. But you can always go back and check it. So say, let me take away my wheels real quick. So say I lay down a perspective, perspective plane for myself, right? So there's my perspective plane. I think I'm gonna assume that you understand. I don't know. Do you understand 2-point, 1-point, 3-point perspective stuff? So, if you don't, let me know, and I can even explain a little bit of that too. So with your wheels, so this is your. So say this is the front of my car, right? That's going in this direction, and then this is the back of my car back here. Now with wheels, you want to line it up with this axis right here. So you're like, how do I do that? Now I'm gonna draw my wheel and I'm gonna show you real quick. But say you don't know, okay? Let's say you draw a wheel like this, which I already know that it's too skinny and it's off. And if I do this thing, and this was taught to us in school, that you have what's called a major and a minor axis. So your minor axis is the shortest distance between the ellipse, right? And your major axis is the longest distance between your ellipse. Now your minor axis is actually the axle line to the car. So if I take this and I run it this way, I can tell you that my axle is totally off, right? So what do I need to do with that axle? I need it to run parallel with this. So it needs to run this way. So then I can correct my ellipse and I can put my shortest point right there. So this is my shortest point and it lines up with the axle, and then my other wheel is going to fall over here. And so your minor and your major axis are always 90 degrees to each other. Okay? And then as you go back towards the back of the car, you're talking about a 10 to 15 degree difference. So it's actually going to get skinnier. And by the way, this is how you would measure cars. An average car is about 4 to 5 wheels in between the front and the back wheel. Now Hot Wheels, that was a little different. We were doing like maybe 3 to 4 usually. And so when you get back here, your wheel is going to be a lot more narrow because you're going to be running your line parallel to your back of your car, and then again lining up your major and minor axis, and those are 90 degrees. So and then if you've got ellipses that you have to get in perspective, another way you can do it is actually drawing a box. So you have your perfect box, right? And you're going to have a circle within that. Now you're like, okay, well, man, I've got this thing that's like, it's in perspective. How do I get my ellipse in there? I think this is one thing that I see a lot of people struggle with, You can actually measure all this stuff completely out. I've kind of forgotten. I know that Scott explained some of this stuff, and I know that he uses this cross method and all this and that. But if you're curious on how an ellipse needs to go, put the box in perspective and then draw the ellipse within that box, So those are some guidelines about ellipses. Yep, and then you can use your templates over the top of that. Jeff, I've done that in the past too. I've called the major axis the axle. I think because you always think that it's a major part, so you're thinking major, axle, it all makes sense, but then you realize it's actually the minor axis is the axle. You understand 1, 2, and 3-point perspective? Okay. Do you understand 4-point perspective, Cyrus? There is actually a thing. it's all getting messed up here. No, you don't. Would you like to learn about 4 points perspective? Major axis ends up being the longer distance, right? No, the major axis is... Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. So this is your major axis right here. It's the longer one. Could you get a 5-point perspective? I suppose you could. No, actually, no, you can't. It's impossible. I'm just kidding you. Actually, a fisheye lens is basically a 4-point perspective. Dude, I need to set this. I got the new Photoshop and I don't have all my stuff set anymore. I need to go back and fix some of this stuff. Wish there was a way to just turn it portrait. Yeah, and then beyond that, I know with Scott, I mean, I could go into a lot more depth of showing all the stuff that, you know, how you transfer, like, you know, like an airplane wing from one side to the other. You know, you can project all that down on the ground and then basically bring all that stuff over and up. And it's all... Oh, yeah, I guess you could get the 5-point because that would be the center, right? But usually the 4-point is well, no, not really. I mean, the 5-point, there really is no 5-point. I guess you could be bringing it from the center, but then yeah, I guess you could. But actually, the 5-point isn't really how it gets its curvature. It depends on where you're putting your vanishing points. So your 4-point would be like this. You know, you've got your 1, 2, 3, and 4 points. And so how that works is that you could put your points here. Is that as you get out here, you start to warp that all. This is like not probably the best example because it's I need to make all this stuff closer together. So you actually can get these really distorted. So then you bring your other point from over here. But normally, to be honest with you, I think I've only plotted a few things out using this. You really almost never use it. If the only time that you would use a lot of 3-point in like environment design and things like that. But with this, 5 points of portal to an alternate dimension. Yeah, go ahead, Christian B. I don't mind. Although, actually, I think I have my thing set. Just post it and I'll repost it for you. Yeah, that's what I was drawing here. This would be your 5 right here. But the way I drew this, there's so much distortion right now. Like if you lay out a 3-point, usually with a 3-point, you put your points way out from each other. Sorry, Christian. Yeah, right. Yeah, so I guess it is counting the center one. I kind of forgot about that. I guess that would be 5-point. Here, I'll repost it so everyone can see it if they want. Oh, how were you able to post that link? Did you... It's like it came out of Narnia. But really, like I said, there's not a lot of practical use for that unless you're, you know, doing stuff, you know, something that's really warped, like some, I don't know, station thing or space station or something like that. But usually with your, you want to go way out, get your, whoops. Actually, no, what am I doing? I need, if I'm going to do, actually, usually for a 3-point perspective, it deals with a lot of environment stuff. So you have a very low horizon line most of the time, because you want to use that 3rd-point perspective to like give, and again, to be accurate, this would normally be like almost like way out of the page, right? Because the closer you put that 3rd point, the more distorted it's going to get down here. And it's going to look really weird. And basically what that 3-point perspective is doing for you, it's like, you know, the best example is like a skyscraper, looking up at a skyscraper. And see, this looks super, super distorted. You never get this. I mean, you could, but it's not ever used like for concept art or anything like that. And I shouldn't say never, but most of the time, most of your instances, because see, this is so distorted, you would more get like, you'd get rid of that 3rd point right there and really take it out of the scene. So you'd get something more like, something that looks a little more natural, you know? Even that, see, I need to move these points, these 2 points over here. I'd want those to be way out too, because all this stuff starts looking weird. You love perspective. Oh, right on, Cheercold. Then my whole stream goes to 3 people, right? Oh, thanks, Jeff. That's how you did it. Okay. So anyways, that's a little bit of Perspective 101 tonight. Whoops, I don't want to save this. Uh-oh. There we go. Computer froze. If you guys are interested too, I explain a little bit of this stuff on my YouTube channel too. So anyways, all those things that I just showed you are the building blocks to get to this point, to, you know, lay out stuff like this. And, you know, laying out like the really hardcore perspective stuff, you really, it's really good for checking your stuff, you know. Wish I'd have gotten rid of this before. Alright, where's my pencil layer? Yeah, no problem, Pepper. Visual Jamie went live and all my Pete's dropped off. Yeah, I mean, I can't compete with oh my gosh, he just slipped his name. Yeah, Kim Jong Lee. That guy's a monster. Although I just consider myself different than his stuff. Woo, man, that brush's got some lag. Just thinking I might put a little color to this guy. Ooh, that's getting really dark. I don't want that dark. Oh, I accidentally colored on my ship. That's what I get for not paying attention. Maybe I shouldn't do this right now. This might be a really bad example for you guys. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Jason. I can say that name. Let's see. Yeah, definitely different. Oh, hey, O'Prang. Or OP Ranger. Oh my gosh, I always call you that. Something weird. I'm telling you, some of these names, man. How you doing, OP Ranger? I remember you, man. This channel is, let's see, Cyrus. Important for figures, but it's kind of tricky area, huh? Yeah, I think keeping perspective helps out a lot. I mean, even if you're drawing characters, it helps out quite a bit. got here, Christian? Going into painting? Yeah, I thought I might play with a little bit, Christian. Oh, OP Ranger. I actually got rated by Adobe tonight. That's why my channel got massive tonight, man. Download Open Canvas here, install it. Oh, let's paint together. Is it like using Photoshop though? I need to find the English one. Christian, he was saying that, like, I guess if we download that Open Canvas, you can draw together on the same thing. I gotta be honest with you, man. I'm not sure how much longer I can stay up here. I'm like feeling it right now. Like, I don't even know if I should even paint this thing because I'm just not gonna be totally thinking straight. Did you draw your ship already, Jeff? Oh, see, I told you. I drew on my background layer and everything, man. I knew it. I knew I wasn't thinking right now. Control Z all the way. Just have to set it. Oh, cool. Another. Always great. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was Ink 1. Yes, it was. OP. Not yet, actually, if you're going to raid my channel. Oh, okay. The download file says Ian. Yeah, that's probably right. Oh, so you're going to stay up late, huh, Jeff? So I'm thinking here this might be kind of like a, I don't know, probably a little bit of Wipeout inspiration involved on this one. Like a kind of race meets military type thing. So I'm thinking about these, like, paint, like I'm a big car fan, so I love, like, nostalgic racing, like old Can-Am racing, which means Canadian American racing. And they used to have this crazy race circuit that they would race all these really weird cars on. Like, they had cars that had, like, vacuums on them. That was probably one of the strangest ones. And it actually would suck the car down to the pavement. and it had this big old like turbine looking thing in the middle of it, and it sucked it down. It was really bizarre. And they used to, and then they had other cars like the Lola and things like that that were classic race cars. But they would always throw these huge engines in them, V16s. They had that, I think John Player had a car in there, and it was like a 6-wheeled race car. Really bizarre stuff. Okay, let's see what we got here. Well, I thank you for everybody hanging out tonight, man. Thanks for the raid to everybody, and I don't know if Ink One is still in here. I really appreciate that, man. That was awesome of you. I think I heard you say you're going to TwitchCon too, so I'm actually trying to arrange that myself since I'm in SoCal. I only live about an hour away from San Diego. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Droid Boy. I thought you followed me earlier. Maybe not. Maybe I just said hi to you. Yeah, I probably need to call it a night myself. I actually, I got to thinking I don't have a lot of time to sleep in the morning tomorrow. I have got to go do some stuff that I just remembered my wife reminded me of. Hey, take care, Christian. Good seeing you back again, man. All right, I got some stuff laid out here. I think I will call it a night, and I will Hey Onk, how you doing, man? I will send you guys over to Jeff Folio's stream. He is a fellow concept artist and has done stuff for Fallout and other great games. He worked at Blizzard for a period of time, and I think you'll like. He's a really good teacher. He's got a lot of stuff to say. So I think you guys will enjoy him. But I wish I could hang out longer, guys, but I am getting really tired right now, and I have a family of I got 4 kids and a wife, so I gotta still do stuff tomorrow. And then I remembered too, we're having a get together with a bunch of friends too to kind of celebrate the 4th. So, oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Majolio. I'm sure it's one of those, right? But if you guys are interested, I will go ahead and continue this ship on my stream. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday night at 9 p.m. And then, let's see, what else can I tell you guys? And then usually I stream a 3rd time during the week, and that varies anywhere from Monday to Friday. My wife is actually a nurse, so she works at night. And I usually take those nights that she works and stream a 3rd night. So, yeah, come back and visit. Like I said, my main thing is vehicles, and I'm going to actually do a series coming up. I wrote some stuff down. I want to do a series on concepting. I always felt that I've looked through a lot of people's portfolios, and I think where a lot of people lack is that people don't know how to concept stuff. And what I mean by that is, like, for instance, actually the ship's not a good example here, but it's more along the lines of, you know, creating from thumbnails all the way to a final concept. So I think I'm going to probably be doing that, and I want to do a mech for that. I haven't drawn robots in a bit, so I'll probably do something along those lines. And I'll show you the whole thumbnail process, and then kind of into a mid stage, and then into a final stage, and just work with that. So I'll be doing that in future streams, and then I also will be continuing my playing cards. So I don't know, I think I showed most of you that. It's a playing card deck that I'm doing, all hot rod themed. So I redid all the face cards, all the aces, all the jokers, all that stuff. So that's always the first part of my stream. And the second part, I always do concepting. And then if you guys haven't done it, I have an Instagram page down below. Give me a follow on that. I post daily on there. I keep everybody up to date as far as when I'm streaming and kind of the progress of all the pieces I work on. So anyways, I see I have a question from somebody here. I was going to say I usually like to stick around and figure out, you know, if anybody has any questions. So G Kirill says, hey Dwayne, I need your advice. I'm a junior 3D artist at a small game studio. Okay, you love your job, but small part of the pipeline makes me absolutely mad. Have you ever had problems like that, and how do you wrestle with it? Well, I don't really know what kind of problems you're having, but I think every job has their mundane, crummy parts that you deal with on a daily basis. And I think what you have to do is think of the big picture and, you know, take pride in your job. And, you know, I've done a lot of reading on a lot of entrepreneurs out there. Guys like Dave Ramsey, everyone, and who else? Seth Godin, Tim Ferriss. All these guys talk about, you know, becoming the. Seth Godin uses a really good example that I think he calls it being the linchpin, and it's making yourself valuable at your job, and it means putting up with the crud, you know, with the crummy part. But if you make yourself valuable, you get great raises. You make yourself marketable for the next company that you go to, because I guarantee you'll be at another company, and usually you can go up from where you're at now. So, you know, keep that broad picture in mind. And I always feel like when you leave a company, don't ever burn your bridges either. You know, suck it up. Even if you had a crummy job, just do your best at keeping it positive, I guess, when you leave. So I hope that helps a little bit. You know, I really don't know what you're wrestling with specifically, but you know, that's always been my philosophy: is make yourself very valuable at whatever company you're at. So, yeah, concepting will be awesome. Right on, Cyrus. OP says, yeah, Max, right on. And Shoe Thief, what's up, dude? Good to see you, man. You got here just in time as I'm going to be leaving. All right, I'm going to send you guys to Jeff. I guess I don't have to look for anybody to raid tonight. So I hope you enjoy his stream, and I really thank you, everybody that hung out here. If you haven't followed me yet and are interested in what I do, please give me a follow, and I will try to make my streams valuable to you guys. Some nights I just like to hang out, and other nights I'll do full-on lessons. Like tonight turned out to be crazy, so as far as doing a bunch of stuff. And then who's Fabrich. How you doing, man? You got here just in time to see me go. But anyways, I thank you again. I thank Adobe for the raid. Thank you, Eek1, for the raid as well. And I hope to see you all again. So let's do this. Hey, let's see. Here's the link to Jeff's stream, but I think he's still hosting me. So I will. I'll host it as soon as he's done hosting me. Let's see here. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, G Krill. Uh-oh. Just, I don't know what to do on that. Oh, real quick, if anybody's interested, I just saw this. I'll buy you a little time here, Jeff. If anybody knows how to unhost, let them know. Oh, he got it. Okay, cool. Real quick, in my Nightbot thing right there, I have that Dwayne Vance at sells.com. You can click on there, and I actually offer 2 of my sketchbooks for free. And then I have another book on there that I self-published 2 books a few years back, and it's all hot rod art, and it's me and several other hot rod artists in that book, and so I offer that one for sale. And then I also have a store that you can buy physical copies of all those books. But anyways, I saw that come up, and just I like to offer people my sketchbook because I know people are fascinated with that a lot of times. And so anyways, yeah, click on that and download it for nothing, and you can check out the stuff there. And I will go ahead and host Jeff and give him a big old raid. Say chicken raid when you go over there, even though he knows this is coming. But thank you again, everybody. I really do